Antioquia. 230 workers were present. A large number were a member of the union. These workers presented a list of demands to increase their wages, to have access to vacations, medical services, and loans to buy homes. And this was rejected by the company. And they began a strike on February 23rd, 1963. They continue mobilizing. And so to do this, they had the company had the backing of the governor at the time and the military forces, whose soldiers acted to break the strike. On the 22nd of February, the governor said that there would be transporting the cement from this plant, regardless of what happened, even if they had to carry it over the bodies of the workers. On that day, the company said that they would pay the workers. And the next day, they came together to meet. On February 23rd, there was a transportation of a large number of soldiers to the area. The workers blocked the road to stop the dump trucks from going in, and 100 army members were situated 100 meters from where the workers were carrying out the strike. Members of the army were on both sides of the road and were ordered to open up the road. The workers refused to open the road, and they said, if we can't move the cement, if you can't do this, I will do it for you. The military members insulted the workers, saying that the cement was more valuable than all of the workers together. And so the workers threw rocks at the soldiers, and they tried to remove the air from the tires of the dump trucks. And then the order was received by the military to fire tear gas while the soldiers were arresting the leaders of the strike. The army began to shoot guns at the workers. The people began to run, and they were followed into the surrounding fields. By 5:30, the situation had become grave. And at 6 o'clock, when you could still smell the blood of the workers who've been killed, the dump trucks were transported. There was a raid of the union offices. There was a curfew. In El Cairo, the army brought the individuals to prison. This was a tragic situation. There were more than 12 dead and hundreds were arrested. The worst situation was the murder of a 10-year-old girl. She was the daughter of Luis Zapata, a union organizer. She was shot by the army. This would show the situation of murders carried out by the Colombian army, which continues today. They said that the girl had been killed by rocks thrown by the strikers. The governor said that the troops had been attacked, that they've been attacked from the edges of the road, from the coffee fields. Revolvers and machine guns and rocks were used to attack the army. And they said that there were different numbers of soldiers who were injured by the attack of the strikers. They said it was the strikers' fault. And so this led to impunity, and the people who had carried out the violence said that they were defending their homeland. The responsible party included Fernando Martinez, who was the mayor or the governor of Antioquia and legitimized the massacre. The military members acted to break up the strike. Belisario Betancourt, who was the Minister of Labor at that time, is also responsible, the Ministry of the Government, and a shareholder in Cementos the cement company. There was an investigation that declared that the people who were responsible were not guilty. They were awarded, given different positions such as ambassador in Washington, ministers, and Betancourt was even elected as president, even though he ended up being responsible for another massacre, the Palace of Justice, in 1985. So the conclusions that these two massacres that were carried out 35 years about have similar elements. They have a counterinsurgency lens where they consider union organizing to be subversive. This acquires elements that restrict the rights to a strike, the anti-communism, and the actions against peace. These justify the violence against any labor efforts. We see that there's a militarization of spaces to protest, and that the official troops are used to break up strikes to benefit a US company and a national company. They delegitimize the demands of the workers and use disinformation to remove support from the workers and to justify the oppression. The victimizers, material victimizers, are said to be patriots who are fulfilling their role to protect the country from dangerous communists in the trade union movement. These individuals support attacks, slander, and oppression. We see that there's ongoing impunity, that the responsible parties for the massacres are shown to be patriots, and with their uninterested sacrifice allow for an expansion of the economic interests and fight international communism. This impunity covers up the violent actions carried out by the army and justifies the indiscriminate violence. I insist that there is a connection between the capitalists and those who defend those interests above defending the interests of workers and the people of Colombia. And they end up stopping these strikes with violence and bullets. These are structural issues that is a labor genocide that continues to be carried out today. These actions are part of genocide. These are planned actions against the workers. Sadly, Colombia is still in the first place in relation to violence against the trade union movement. We see this starting in the Banana Massacre, taking place in the Santa Barbara Massacre, and continuing today. This started even before the current armed conflict began. The workers have been seen as the internal enemy, and this fear and hate against the working class has been manifested and has shown throughout the last 120 years in Colombian history. If we can say that the massacre have been taking place for more than a century. Thank you.
We kindly request you to not to clap after the interventions. Good morning. I would like first to greet the judges prosecutors, social organizations, human rights defender organizations, and the victims. Independent republics and the anti-communist pretext. Colombian major landholding has had two attitudes facing the rural peasant population or workers or people with no land. The first one is to control, directed to establishing relations of subordination and exploitation that ensure the workforce at the lowest cost possible. The second is prevention, respect to the vindication of rights, and basic guarantees of being able to access land, of productive justice, of freedom of crops, adequate inputs, technical assistance, and the right prices for their products. The historical statement of the agricultural reform has oriented the struggle for land in many regions and has forged political motivations in displaced farming bases that were subjected to violations. They were seen as potential places for maneuvers of the subversion. This is expressed by former commanders of the military forces to former President Juan Manuel Santos, 64 years after the proposition of Álvaro Gómez Hurtado, referring to independent republics, which unleashed the war operation, sovereignty operation against the farming populations of Marquetalia, Chiquito, El Pato, and Guayabel after the peace accords had been signed between the FARC-EP and the government, and after the rural venues for locating or settling the former combatants. The combatants say they are concerned about the expressed interest of this organization, that is the FARC, of creating permanent areas and not interim areas in the agreed upon locations to then conform settlements of human and demobilized groups that in the coming future will become major threats and factors for disturbance, such as it happened in the past with the so-called, open quotes, independent republics, end quote, that caused so much harm to this country. This was a letter from the general in 2017. What was that about the independent republics? Were they areas for a socialist project that would face against the national government? Is it a localized settlement of farming communities that in the recent past from 49 to 64 were compelled to flee because of the pressure, first of the police called the Chulavitas, controlled by the Conservative Party, and then the state itself, having defeated the military dictatorship of 53 and having established the National Front, Frente Nacional. Jose Jairo Gonzalez, researcher, points out the impact against organized farmers in the monopoly of the bipartisan power of the National Front. There is no room for agricultural communities that embody a different notion of society. The main feature of the so-called independent republics is that they were groups of families that were fleeing persecution, political persecution, that were communist and non-communist. Some were liberal, some were with no party, and they were organized as civil society. In the resistance to the operations of the Chula Vita operation and the so-called pájaros, the birds that were hitmen of the conservative governments, and after the military coup of June 13, 1953 of the army, these communities have been characterized by their resistance against aggression, and they have organized to defend their lives, their location, and their means of livelihood from the state and from para-state mechanism. The high command of that time is saying that the existence of these charges is dangerous. They are stigmatized as refuge for criminals and outlaws without it being the true case. They are considered internal targets, internal enemies, classified by their geo-referentiation of red zones. They are subjected to espionage, to anti-communist schemes, and to facilitate the destruction of the social agricultural movement whose orientation is controlled by the Communist Party. The essential activity of the movement cannot be cataloged as an armed organization, as it has been argued from the academia. Such a characterization might entail an intent whose that was based on arms. The literature of the life projects declared by the communities themselves account for much more modest aspirations, such as safeguarding the lives of the people and rebuild the grassroots of rural communities in spaces that have been conquered. Request the basic conditions of citizenship and the recognition of the right to land holding, to collective organization, and to being recognized by the state, including the aspirations to agricultural reform with technical assistance, incubators, loans. There had been armed resistance, such as the mobile guerrillas, and they had transformed into civil organizations of self-defense, preventive self-defense, that were subordinated under the social organizations. These organizations were peasants' leagues, associations, or unions. In the specific case, however, the historical circumstances of the peasant struggle are freely elected. Their life project was to live and work in peace with no persecution against their lives. They wanted to hold land under the notion of the peasants' colonization, with the legitimate view of achieving an agricultural reform, legalizing their positions, having incubators, support from the state on education, health, shelter, recognition of the farmers. All the opposite of the abandonment, stigmatization, inequality, and persecution for ideological, political reasons and economic interests and geostrategic interests that we have today. Several of the regions that will then be classified as independent republics are part of the colonizing processes covered by Law 114 of 1922 on immigration and agricultural colonies, a curious figure created by the government of Pedro Nelo Espina to promote foreign investment in Colombia that's intended for the country. It was racist. It was preferably Caucasic migrants that had not been anarchists or Bolshevists, and it was used by the Creole farmers as an option of life, given the expansive and violent pressure of major land holding. In fact, in such conditions of persecution, these are just conditions of civic responsibility and survival. The so-called independent republics typify one of the ghettos with which the regime manages to caricaturize the farmers' resistance and subjected to the maximum operating lethality, bombings and attacks and persecution against the civil population, violent expulsion from the territory, use of biological war, mass detentions with prosecution in military justice, torture, and verbal war councils. This continuum of persecution under the anti-communist pretext from agents of the state is clearly seen in the events that took place during that time. Since 1958 to 1972, there was a total of 94 killings and 220 arbitrary detentions to militants of the Colombian Communist Party, focusing mainly on Huila, Tolima, Cundinamarca, Valle del Cauca, Bogotá, and Alto Sumapaz regions. During this period, one of the main characteristics was that the alleged responsible for these events are members of the police and the army. Also, the Operation Sovereignty caused a massive displacement of farmers. Agricultural leaders quite recognized in some of the regions cataloged as independent republics were selectively killed before, during, and after the official operations of the state. We can point out cases such as Diaz Alape, member of the Central Committee of the party, killed in 1960. After the amnesty given by the military, there was a massacre where Plácido Aragon lost his life, a leader that fought against the military dictatorship in Villarrica. Celino González, the secretary of the Communist Party in the Tolima region, murdered in April 1964. Venancio Loaiza, an indigenous leader, communist of southern Tolima, killed in September 1965, among other agricultural leaders that were killed because of their activities to support the rights of the farmers or the peasants. Thank you very much. The prosecution will now continue with the presentation of block number 2, political parties and movements, to listen to genocide against the Gaitanista movement, Communist Party in Colombia, PCC, and the Communist Youth, JUCO, genocide against the Patriotic Union, which was discussed yesterday, Frente Popular, genocide against the M19 guerrillas, documentation of the Marcha Patriótica case, report before the Permanent People's Tribunal about the situation of former FARC combatants. You will all have 10 minutes. For the first intervention of this block, we now hand the floor to Gloria Gaitan, who is connected via Zoom. Gloria, can you please unmute your microphone? Sorry, you are right. Okay, let me start back again. Thank you for letting me intervene today about the case of the genocide against the Gaitanismo group, an ideology that was based on the search for cooperative protagonism and citizen participation, which Gaitan, Jorge Eliezer Gaitan, used to call collective actions. To guide, to steer the destination of Colombia in creation of a direct democracy and substitution of the delegate system that is governing us today. This system of bourgeois and patriarchal inception is the supporting column of certain Colombian families that perpetuate their power through continued genocide that they have tried to disguise under many different images and serves them to maintain the rule until today. This intervention of mine, just as all my actions, seeks to express that in order to achieve peace, justice, and equality, we must modify our perception of the reality, which is marked by a culture, personalist and delegatory culture. We cannot support these purposes in the time that we have been given to intervene in this event. For this reason, I kindly and respectfully request the judges and participants of this session of the tribunal to accept as a comprehensive part of my presentation the analysis of Professor Daniel Feinstein under the title, The Concept of Genocide and the Partial Destruction of National Groups, a paper that you can find on the internet. For Professor Feinstein, there is a binary perspective that can explain the causes and the reasons of genocide. One points out that, first, It is not possible to understand any actual genocide without referring to the political causality. The other thing talks about political or religious issues or political or ethnical issues, which is what has happened in Colombia. In the report by Monsignor Germán Guzmán about the initial years of the genocide against the Gaitanista community, that he will call the period la violencia, the violence, in capital letters. This noun that strips off the need of having of calling things by their own name. He also blames the people, saying that it was a bipartisan war between the people, liberal people and conservative people, and saying that the reason for this bloodshed was something that is not the cause, but rather the consequence of the genocide, by implicating the opposing parties or the opposing people. People from all the parties, he would exclaim. The oligarchy is fooling you. They deliberately create hate and grudges through their agents by killing and persecuting the humble, while the blood of the people enables them to distribute the economic and political yields given by such a monstrous policy. Therefore, that is the reason why we would ratify ourselves in the affirmation that the genocide against the Gaitanista people is an aggression against Colombians of all parties, as Gaitan himself said. It is an aggression to the national country as a whole. This genocide, whose material perpetrators were the army, the police, and paramilitaries that the people called chulavitas, or pájaros, birds, was planned and organized by Ospina Perez's supposed national unity government, composed by liberals and conservative people of the oligarchy, to do away with the Gaitanista people and prevent the alternation of power, because the Gaitanista movement was advancing towards electoral triumph, thus opening the doors of power to all the Colombians who were part of the national country, as Gaitan called the citizens. So we find an affirmation of Professor Feuerstein that we take ownership of. Professor Feuerstein says the possibility of taking ownership of the impacts of a genocide is fundamental as a strategy for facing the ideology that produced it. Conceiving annihilation as a destruction of a part of ourselves is the only way of trying to reinstate the absence of what was sought to be destroyed. Consider the identity of the oppressor, which constitutes to break the binary perspective with respect to the identities at stake, and understand that it is precisely the objective of genocide to control identities and break the levels of plurality that exist in collective identities. So I end quoting Professor Feuerstein. Before the genocide in Colombia, one or other leaders were killed. Then genocide came once the people had organized themselves broadly enough to endanger the permanence of the everlasting owners of power here. Between the application of the methods of the so-called democratic methods of the so-called republic and the arisal of genocide as a tool to prevent the alternation in power. The date is September 23rd, 1945, when Gaitán, in a crowded popular convention at the bullfighting ring in Bogotá, was proclaimed to be the candidate of the people, with disregarding parties totally and representing the will of the people. In the report that we submitted to the Truth Commission last April 9, 2019, that we called Perspectives on the Causes and Origin of the Colombian Conflict, there is a detailed description of this event with evidence that validates our statements here. Professor Fairstein points out, and I open quote, the peculiarity of genocide lies, and listen to this, is so important, lies on the fact that it proposes the destruction of a group, not only the individuals that make it up. Its ultimate objective lies in the destruction of the identity of the group, thus managing to impose the identity of the oppressor. And quote, and we can also quote Professor Feuerstein when we refer to the person who coined the term genocide. Say, the Lemkin's richness of vision lies in these two fundamental elements: that genocide seeks to destroy the identity of a people, not only that of the bodies that have been annihilated. And this process of destruction is linked to oppressive policies, to the extent that the transformation of the identity of a people is carried out with the objective of oppressing them so far. And end quote. The elimination of the identity of the people as the objective of genocide is what explains that it will protract beyond the actual annihilation of the murder of the people that were killed, and extends to the memory side, the annihilation of the memory of those who have preserved memory, sometimes after generation. And just as we see in the current Gaitanista youth groups, it is against them that the memory side groups acts are targeted. And we need to fight as a whole to prevent this omnimode power of the excluding and ruling class to be in control again. About this side against Gaitanismo, I've had opposing positions to some human rights defenders, because I've had insisted that we cannot discuss this as a specific crime, such as harassment on the Gaitan family, false accusation, seizure of goods, theft of files, or slander. No, but rather the political whole, which seeks to complete the task that started after the genocide, that sought to destroy the legacy of the movement. And they want us to be silenced. Talking about the document of Luis Carlos Restrepo, who was once the peace commissioner of Álvaro Uribe, and he called a document that he called the blood of Gaitán, to systematically, premeditatedly, and in a planned manner prepare current genocide, whose purpose is to bury the ideological culture and identity of the people as a whole. What we can see in Colombia with what they're doing with the National Exploratory, a place for memory. They're violating the legal standards that conceive this entity as an organic unity together with the Museum House of Gaitán, that they have stripped off its original atmosphere by breaking the furniture, by throwing away some of the objects to remove its identity, and thus infuse it with perspective from the elites, and erasing its essence of promoting a participatory culture, also with the purpose, as ratified in a letter from last month, it was to functionally disassemble this place by doing away with this memory exploration venue, this place that is dedicated to the development of participatory culture and the spirit of cooperation, which are the main foundations of the direct democracy philosophy and Gaitan philosophy. For these reasons, I kindly request the jury, first, that in their decision they recognize the crimes committed in the first half of the 20th century against the Gaitan people be considered as crimes against humanity. And they were perpetrated by the authorities of the nation, of the different departments and municipalities, and they were perpetrated by the military, the police, and the paramilitary under the government control, and whose purpose was basically to remain in power. Second, that they declare that memoricide, the elimination of memory, is a crime, and to recognize that this is a part of oppression and of eliminating the identity of the oppressed. Third, that since 2002, a memoricide is going on against the material and immaterial heritage of Gaitan, trying to make the autonomy and the identity of Colombian people to disappear. Although this is not binding decisions, I ask you to please demand the people who are perpetrating this genocide to stop with these criminal actions and with their intent to eliminate the memory, to defend the defenders of the Colombian heritage and human rights, so that we can understand that genocide and memoricide against a people's identity is something that is for us all to deal with, because it is attacking the identity of a whole people. So this memoricide should not be understood just as a personal issue of the Gaitan family, but rather an issue that is for us all to tackle, because it affects us all. And finally, fourth, consequently, we request the Colombian state that the Gaitan Museum House and the National Exploratory are left as an organic entity in the hands of those who really promote and follow the participatory philosophy of Jorge Eliezer Gaitan, so that his legacy is not buried by the state's memoricide that is now in course. Thank you very much.
The extermination of citizens that were characterized by the Colombian political system. A brief context. At the end of the military dictatorship of Rojas Espinilla, between 1957, they inaugurated a codified political system, which in the media offers the reconciliation between conservatives and liberals through the rotation of power and the establishment of presidential alternation that was agreed upon for 4 periods until 1970. B, that the military would enjoy some exceptional privileges, the Ministry of War, the permanent state of exception, and the use of oppression and control of public order. System for the ideological orientation of the Cold War, the national security doctrine, and the classification of it as an internal enemy in the context of a preventative anti-communist lens. The army, hence, quote, goes after an anti-communist, the Communist Party within the state. It legalizes the anti-communist actions with Decree 3398 and another in 68. And Decree 357 of 1994, which creates the Convivir cooperatives and shows that there's a long-term policy that authorizes certain kinds of civilians to be participants in cooperative paramilitary mercenary groups. There are 4 long-term variables that complement this situation. 1, a change in the international situation throughout the continent, which is determined by the triumph of the Cuban Revolution. 2, the lack of sustainability for the United States occupation, not only the Panama Channel, due to lack of conformity in the growing the Communist Party and others between 1972 and 1984. Also, Plan Colombia. This is the United States Plan Colombia with 2 specific moments. First, democratic security, which started in the 21st century with the development of resistance to the oligarchy and to the negotiations without a ceasefire with the FARC guerrilla group when it wasn't possible to take them down through military actions. There was a request to clarify the truth by the communist youth, showing that the genocide actions continued through the different alliances and electoral politics, starting in 1972 in the Democratic Front in the initial years of the 80s, both against members of Patriotic Union members between 1986 and 1984, which is the most aggressive operations, the Red Dance and other operations against the Patriotic Union and the Communist Party. There are documents and information that show that there were mercenaries that were contracted, Israeli and British mercenaries that were contracted by the Vigilio Barco administration, that there was an attack that was planned against the Greenhouse, carried out with support with military intelligence under the naval mission of the United States and with Order 200-05-91 of the Ministry of Defense of Colombia, led by Rafael Pardo Reda, issued in 1991. Decree 357 of 1994 of President Cesar Gaviria, which authorized the creation of the Convivir cooperatives in the mid-90s to create paramilitary groups in Antioquia, the city of Medellin, which are being carried out throughout the country. It's at the beginning of the 21st century. We see the role of the paramilitary structure and the connections they have with the business structure in Medellin. In 2001, they signed an agreement to reestablish the efforts in the electoral politics, and then 2002, Uribe is elected as president. The actions of Plan Colombia started in 1998, and the expulsion of Colombian Communist Party from the Senate, and also the assassination of members, we see that the symbolic action of genocide and the concrete actions with institutional impunity due to the suspension of the National Electoral Council and the legal recognition of both the Communist Party and the Patriotic Union. And so the second half of the 20th century and the beginning of the 21st century, we see a confirmation of specific lines. We see the conservative and terrorist governments and the military dictatorship and the National Front are a continuation of the anti-communist doctrine and a state practice which establishes the internal enemy, which begins in 1974, reaches the extreme point of carrying out war against the peasant communities. This was the operation that's known as the Marcatelli operation. This was a premeditated implementation of an extermination against collectives of the peasant civil society who were stigmatized and persecuted as communists, carried out by the Colombian army with support from the United States government and army. This was a highly lethal action using the bombing of civilian population as well as in institutions and buildings. This was confirmed by the declaration in 1977 of a group of French intellectuals led by Jean Boursin, Simone de Beauvoir, Maurice Guélet, Jacques Mawol, Jacques Deplot, and others who publicly shared their opinion to denounce the serious actions against the Colombian peasantry. In agreement with the prior, we can say that the political genocide continues and was extended to impede, to carry out the anti-communist ideology against the Communist Party, the communist youth, and a set of citizens and allies who were victims not just of casual actions or selective actions, but differentiated episodes that took place over a long period of time, which was extended genocide. These programmatic and political actions that were carried out against the communists focused on the different entities, identities of the Communist Party. And so for that reason, the genocide that we are mentioning refers to a system that combines simulated democracy with ongoing extermination and the systematic and premeditated actions against a national group carried out by the political economic dominant sectors, attacking what they consider to be the internal enemy. It looks to reproduce using terror and oppression, a political system that is based on exclusion, inequality, and social injustice, using all of the resources of terror, fraud, vote buying, and others. The permanence of the paramilitary system expands the oppression carried out by the state using terrorist actions that are covered by impunity, and allows for reorganization of democracy that's based on the restriction of democracy for others. Thank you so much. Thank you, Jaime Caicedo, for his words. Now we open up the space for Aida Bello from the Patriotic Union.
Un saludo muy especial al Tribunal.
Very warm greetings to the People's Permanent Tribunal, to the judges, Father Javier Giraldo, who is with us today, a very important human rights defender in Colombia, and also to everyone else who is here with us today. The political genocide against the Patriotic Union took place starting in the mid-80s in the context of the peace negotiations between the Belisario Betancourt administration and the FARC as a political alternative to oppose the traditional power structures, which would allow it to be able to channelize the different alternative and grassroots interests, and also to create a legal structure for the reincorporation of the members of the guerrillas into civilian life, and also the political and economic structures of the country. So this process was important in how to address the conflict in Colombia. Since then, the governments, until then, they'd use military policies to address people who had taken up weapons. As soon as it was constituted in November of 1985, the Patriot Union was backed by left-wing political movements, including the Colombian Communist Party, and it was able to have a very quickly had success in the elections in 1986, which means that they were immediately granted a legal recognition for the first time in the country. The left was able to elect an important group from the Senate of the Republic with 14 seats, and also hundreds of municipal council people. It was also possible to name 24 mayors. In the presidential elections, the voting for the UP candidate, Jaime Pardo Leal, we see a picture here, represented 4.5 of the votes. And so this result showed that it wasn't just a minority party, that Patriot Union had an important electoral capacity to begin to break down the hegemony. 2 hours later, after the first popular election of mayors in Colombia in 1988, there was support for the Patriot Union and led to major social transformations for trade unions, grassroots populations, peasantry, and others. But in parallel to the grassroots support, day after day, there were different actions that sought to physically eliminate its activists and to destroy the political organization. This is clearly shown in the regions that provided the greatest political support for the Patriot Union in the electoral process. We see the genocide against the UP references the destruction of the political party through different persecutory and systematic actions against its members, because they were a member of and were carrying out their due political rights. We saw that for more than 2 decades, between 1984 and 2006, we saw actions carried out throughout the country by state agents and paramilitary groups who acted with the support, tolerance of the state. These actions against the activists from state agents led to crimes that increased persecution and increased impunity. The genocidal acts against the UP include more than 3,000 murders, several of them committed in massacres, more than 500 forced disappearances. This is to say that there's more than 4,000 murders in total, and another 2,800 victimizing acts, including sexual violence, arbitrary arrest, torture, forced displacement and exile, threats, assassination attempts, and criminal prosecution. This means that the UP publicly and notoriously committed the genocidal acts of massacres, serious actions against individuals and the groups, and the group was subjected to existence that led to the destruction of the group. These actions were carried out through different acts of violence against the collective, leading to the fact that it lost its legal recognition, saying that it was an internal enemy in the context of the national security doctrine. We saw the participation of state agents who carried out the crimes to guarantee the hegemony and without guaranteeing the human rights of the collective, that there was a lack of investigation to establish the responsible party and the sanctions. It was also impossible for a large part of Colombian population to recognize this genocide. So in summary, the prosecution of the UP shows political oppression and persecution using different genocidal acts. Several of them have to do with the implementation of the national security doctrine and are part of the criminal elimination of a political party with different systematic actions carried out in a specific period and time by specific individuals or groups. 2 regional plans were executed. The Esmeralda Plan in Meta and Guaviare is one example, and Plan Return in the Urabá region. Both of these plans were the areas that had the best electoral results for the Patriotic Union. Plan Return was to return to the traditional political parties in the region. This was carried out with an alliance between the state and paramilitary groups, Esmeralda mafias, specifically between 86 and 90, and the second in response to the UP mayor in the region, and with the institutional support and state support, with support from the military leadership and its special units. Coordinated actions were carried out by state agents, paramilitaries, and demobilized guerrillas from the EPL, the People's Liberation Army. These operations were called El Baile Rojo and Golpe de Gracia. They were carried out nationally between 1986 and 88 against members of public corporations, congresses, assemblies, and departmental level, municipal councils. 9 senators were killed, 11 assembly members, and hundreds of council members throughout the country were murdered. Mayors and candidates in general were murdered. We saw actions against the UP and against the Communist Party. For those of us who survived, we were arrested, tortured, and some of us continued to resist. Some of us went into exile to be able to respond to the very difficult situation that we were facing. As was mentioned, the state, in the best of the cases, acted in an inefficient and insufficient way to guarantee the rights of those of us who were members of the Patriotic Union, the UP. Regardless of the denouncements that were filed on a local, departmental, and national level, so they knew what was happening, and there was almost no response to stop the thousands of crimes that were carried out against the Patriotic Union in an ongoing way against those who were carrying out electoral politics. So even when the state did offer protection through DAS agents or police agents, they were these individuals themselves who attacked or facilitated the attacks against the party activists or members. And so, as you can see in the document that we presented to the People's Permanent Tribunal, the genocide against the Patriotic Union created grave impacts related to the direct victims and many others, impacting not only the activists, but also their families and friends. The collective dimension and political dimension of the impact caused against the Patriotic Union and its members. We also see community impacts and impacts on community groups and processes that supported the UP, and also harm to society and democracy as a whole. These are issues that could not be repaired. We also saw that there was an aim to annihilate a peace process and the democratic opening of a country, to annihilate the construction of a country, to annihilate this dream, the search for justice, which included the fight to stop a political genocide and the existence of thousands and thousands of victims. This was ignored. until it was brought to the Inter-American system. This has been the resistance of the victims of this genocide. In 2009, the Inter-American Commission of Human Rights made a ruling, and then it was rejected by the Colombian state, saying that it did not have the possibility to redress the thousands and thousands of victims. And the last thing that has happened just a few weeks ago is that, again, we returned because the government asked to bring the genocide before the Inter-American Court again. And once again, we were defending the victims of all of this, because we must say that there were victims and that their families suffered. I see them even in the neighborhoods of Bogotá and throughout Colombia. This is a drama that cannot be ignored. It gives us shame for the political history of Colombia. But more than that, 27 years of work for reiniciar, led by the jurist and human rights defender Jael Quiroga, who you all know, you have seen that she has been, this is a woman who for 27 years, she has defended the cause of human rights and the genocide against the patriotic union. And so now they even wanted to cover up the actions that we have carried out as reiniciar, and saying that it's an entity that's not working in favor of human rights. I have to say that this has been a way that we have to say that we have a group of lawyers and judges who were able to achieve for the first time in the history of the continent, bringing not only to the Inter-American system of human rights, but also to the both to the commission and to the court. We've been able to bring this case. I would like to thank you immensely. Sometimes I get excited. I'm emotional. Yes, I need to be emotional because I am a survivor of the patriotic union. I've had to live for 17 years in exile. I was returned and to once again was elected to Congress. This is redress for the people when once again we are able to sit in Congress. And the government has looked away. I hope that this tribunal will please analyze one of the genocides that has been not only recognized by the Inter-American Commission. We had to travel in continent to be able to share our testimony with the Inter-American Commission, and we will continue. We are continue to be activists and militants of the Patriotic Union. We continue to defend peace and democracy. Thank you so much.
Agradecemos a la senadora Aida Bella.
Thank you, Senator Aida Bella, for your intervention. And we now hand the floor to Professor Álvaro Villarraga. Very special greetings to the judges, the team of prosecutors, and all organizations and people who are committed to such an important process. I apologize, I'm getting cloudy glasses. So, Frente Popular was a democratic national project with an influence on the Colombian popular setting until 1991. Its members were political and social left-wing activists, among them men and women leaders from unions, from community, indigenous associations, students associations. This organization was through locality-based committees, and they held plenary sessions. They elected steering committees and national bodies. It was present in Antioquia, Córdoba, Caribe, Huila, Norte de Santander, Putumayo, and Bogotá regions. Its presence was notorious in organizations ACUP, Uso, FECODE, NEVS, Intagos, Untraunagro, ANUC, ANTA, community councils, and articulated with the revolutionary youth in Colombia present in different sectors, particularly in the student sector. The platform of the Popular Center required to reform the political regime, achieve fundamental social rights under assumptions of democracy, sovereignty, defense of natural rights, and the environment. His main proposal was to call a national constituent assembly. Its platform included: one, national democratic reform, fundamental rights, reform of the electoral system, participatory guarantees, justice and impunity, disassembly of paramilitarism, two, country dependence. I'm sorry, he's running so much that it's impossible to follow him. Four, agricultural democratic reform, access of the peasants to land, favorable loans and technical assistance, protection of the environment. Five, urban democratic reform, solutions for popular housing, improvement of coverage and quality of utilities. Six, tax reform, progressive tax reform, increase of social budget and reduction of social expenditure. Seven, guarantee of social health care, social education, cultural, free public education, effective medical health care, priority social assistance. With respect to the political context, in 1984, it was said that the Gobierno Betancourt undersigned agreements with the FARC, EPL, and M19 guerrillas. The truce with the EPL enabled regional and national spokespersons in such a way that in some cases they were assumed by commanders of the guerrillas who went to political action in this peace process. And in most cases, it was assumed by leaders of the Communist Marxist Leninist Party and independent people with clear and legitimate action. This promoted the committees to promote National Constituent Assembly, a campaign between 1984 and 1985 to call the Constituent Assembly, and in parallel, the creation of the Frente Popular political organization. The Frente Popular, Popular Front, was consolidated as a legal political organization that in 1986 held its first national encounter in Bogotá with delegates from different departments. In this year, as a measure of the peace process, Congress approved the popular election of mayors, which started out in 1988. The Popular Front got 2 mayors, 2 deputies, 30 councilmen, and had special alliances with the Patriotic Union, but also with other left-wing and democratic sectors. But the general conditions were of absence of the due state guarantees and the growing political violence against left-wing projects that included the Popular Front. The reforms that had been agreed upon with the guerrillas in the truce were not generally applied because of the resistance of the elites in power. The fact that the law enforcement did not respect the ceasefires, and there were attacks against the participants of the ceasefire and the people who were supporting the peace processes. Therefore, these truce pacts were broken between 1985 and 1987. In parallel, whether through action or omission, the state allowed the expansion of paramilitarism with its dirty war strategy. The Frente Popular, under these conditions, suffered systematic violence against it in such a way that its possibilities for action were affected. However, in 1990 elections, amidst the extermination, it managed to get elected 13 council persons, 1 delegate, and 1 representative to a House of Representatives. Since 1985, the law enforcement, state bodies, and paramilitary organizations have attacked social individuals and organizations that were participating in the activities of the peace process with the EPL and were promoting the confirmation of the Popular Front. The national political spokesperson, Oscar William Caibel, and National Director of JRC, Ángela Trujillo and Alejandro Arcila, were killed by the army in Bogotá. The leader of this lecture, Amparo Tordesillas, who was in contact with the Peace Commission members, suffered forced disappearance. Bernardo Franco was killed by the army. In Córdoba, university professor from the Universidad de Córdoba, Elias Romero, a regional spokesperson for this process, was imprisoned and prosecuted for supposedly being part of the EPL. In Bolívar, a NUC leader, Guillermo Quiroz, was killed with help from the police, and Cesar Flores. Hugo Vélez, a political spokesperson of Medellin with a great social following, had to be exiled in Spain, as well as Fabiola Calvo and other union and social leaders that were persecuted for the same reasons. The same goes for the leader of the JRC in Antioquia, Luis Fernando Lalinde, was a victim of illegal capture, torture, and forced disappearance by the army. In next year's attacks continued against members, persons, and social and community collectives that were related to the Popular Front. At least 10 killings in 1987, 66 in 1988, 25 in the next years. The actions against people related to the Popular Front continued. 10 killings, at least in 1987, have been documented, as well as 66 in 1988, 25 in 1989, and 18 in 1990. In turn, other people of the Popular Front or related to it were victims of threats, attempts, forced displacement in the case of farmers, seizure of their lands, of their assets, and exile abroad. Between 1987 and 1990, at least 120 people were killed who belonged or who were directly related to the political and social activity of the Popular Front and its immediate surroundings. In 1988, the year of the popular election for mayor, was the largest peak of the attacks, of the attempts. About the persons responsible for these homicides, there are some that are unidentified. Of those that have been identified, 66% have been proven to have direct participation or authorship by the law enforcement, with a direct action in 92%, in coordination with the DAS in 2% of the cases, with support from civilians as hitmen, 7%, with support by the paramilitaries and coordinated with the paramilitaries, 31%. And of this 31%, 16% included the action of foreign mercenaries. Massacres against the political surroundings of the Popular Front took place in Córdoba and Urabá against peasant communities and farming communities, in cases that still remain in the memory of these collective homicides and massacres. Honduras, La Negra, El Tomate, Punta de Piedra, Mejor Esquina, among other places. Likewise, there was the forced disappearance and homicide of 42 farmers in Pueblo Bello, Turbo. We have a long list of deputies, council persons, union leaders, farmers, students, and political activists from different regions that have been made victims of, that belong to the Popular Front or the Revolutionary Youth of Colombia, that have been mostly killed. The Colombian state has taken no responsibility for these events of state and paramilitary terror actions that implied a genocide against the militants of the Popular Front and its social, community, and family surroundings. Most of the cases remain in impunity, and in such a way that it only achieved the ancillary action of the Inter-American Human Rights Court, which in its rulings against Colombian states in cases like the massacres of Honduras and La Negra, the forced disappearances of Pueblo Bello, and the disappearance of Luis Fernando Lalinde and killing of the president of Adida Antioquia, Luis Felipe Vélez. Among the female leaders that were murdered We have Beatriz Gonzalez, leaders from Bello, Antioquia, and Mila Collantes in Bogota. Among the victimizing modalities, we can highlight the stigmatization of victims of supposedly belonging to the EPL guerrilla made by public officials and law enforcement officers. And this regarding the legitimate citizen participation and the support for peace of the Popular Front. These attacks were selective against the leaders and against the militants of this political group, and indiscriminately against the people who sympathized or who supported this project. The achieved impact was to strategically weaken the Popular Front, given the absence of guarantees, and as a result of an extermination plan against it, together with the paramilitary that was carried out in several departments and cities of the country simultaneously. The state, rather than exercising its duty of protecting and guaranteeing, also acted as a victimizer, whether through action or through omission, with the paramilitary groups, affecting the possibility of citizen political participation, participation by social leaders, sectors of the traditional elite, cattle farmers, banana growers, or mafia sectors linked to regional powers, ended up benefiting from the forced displacement of the people from the territories and the weakening of social movements and of popular alternatives facing these attacks. Thus, it was seen in areas where the Popular Front had been present before, with the paramilitary model that was then imposed in the cases of Córdoba, Urabá, and other parts of Antioquia. The victims of the Popular Front demand a clarification of what went on, an application of justice, an integral reparation and redress and recognition of the victims, collective reparation in the sense of reinstatement of the conditions of political participation, guarantees for the return of internal displaced persons and refugees abroad, effective guarantees for these episodes of terror. The committed to the genocidal action against sectors of the population will not repeat themselves. The Colombian state must recognize its responsibility, must ask for forgiveness, and must respond with these demands to the breached rights that compromise it. The Fundación Cultura Democrática has managed to document more than 300 cases of serious violations of fundamental rights of different kinds associated to the Popular Front and the extermination actions against it. These events are crimes against humanity, war crimes, and an expression of genocide. Thank you very much.
Agradecemos al profesor Álvaro Villarraga. Le damos la palabra a Fabio Mariño, quien presentará el informe del genocidio en contra del M-19.
Fabio Mariño will now present the report of the genocide against M-19.
Presento un fraterno saludo y
Very
respetuoso
warm greetings to the tribunal, the People's Permanent Tribunal, the judges. Thank you for all of your work and presence, and a special greetings to Father Javier Giraldo because of his work, his lifelong work. The story of the political genocide against the M19 or 19 of April movement. The M19 movement arose at the beginning of the 70s when the country was experiencing hegemonic politics in the context of the National Front in relation to the governability between the conservative and liberal parties, which alternated control of the presidency and the democratic exercise of the government. So the country's situation based on the violence with a capital V, we see comes from different political The people who resisted this came from different political groups.
La situación del país a partir de la práctica de la llamada violencia
And so based on the violence led to social actors from different political groups. They began to work together to create proposals and actions to respond to the situation, as we've already mentioned. So it is in this context we see the electoral fraud of 1970, and when we see this fraud and in the context of the right to rebellion, social actors, youth, university students, individuals from the NAPO and other individuals found a way to carry out actions to respond to the exclusion generated by this fraud and to call for a dismissal of democracy, and the only response being an armed response. M19 was created. Due to the political genocide against the M19, it can be seen that there's a specific date and action as a reference point, which was the expedition of the 1978 and National Security Decree and the stealing of the North Barracks of the National Army when the M19 stole weapons from the military installations that same year. People who were suspected or sympathizers to be sympathizers of the M19 or had family members or friends who were members or sympathizers of the movement, whether they be trade union members, intellectuals, and leftists, and others. These were all detained and brought to military installations where they were tortured. Others had to leave the country, for example, Gabriel Garcia Marquez, who later received a Nobel Literature Prize. There was massive and systematic actions. The war cry, we see the flagrant violation of the international humanitarian law was constant and historic. Its actions carried out by state and military agents. We saw that the different actions that were carried out in the 1980s, these actions were documented by entities such as Amnesty International, quote, the legal arrest of civilians and they were tried by tribunals. The individuals were members of social movements and leftist parties. The military forces used forced disappearance against M19 members and sympathizers, as well as extrajudicial killings, the flagrant violations of the third code of the Geneva Convention. It says that many M19 members who were killed outside of combat after they had already been detained, their bodies were placed in clandestine graves. According to the Ministry of Defense, more than 60,000 individuals were detained during the first year of the Turbay Alay administration. Many were tortured to death. In 74, there was a ceasefire was agreed upon, and as a way to look to a response to the armed conflict. And afterwards, there were different annihilation attacks. Shortly before the signing of the Corinto agreements, the police attacked the individuals who were going to sign the agreement, attacking Carlos Pizarro and other colleagues. Just days before, in 1984, when in Bucaramanga, Carlos Plata was murdered. He was a founding member of M19 and a doctor, and he had also been a parliamentarian for several years. Antonio Navarro Wolf, who is a leader of the Dialogue Commission, along with several of his colleagues, also faced assassination attempt in Cali when the peace negotiations broke down. After the tragic issues against the tragic actions against the M19 and the retaking over of the Palace of Justice on November 6th and 7th of 1985, the army offensive and the state in general against the M19 increased, including torture, forced disappearance, and extra killings, which became the favored actions. The manual to destroy the M19 says that we know who our enemy is. Quote, we know who our enemy is, who attacked the M19 is one of the express enemies of the state. And so collaborators in the regions where the M19 had a presence, members of social organizations who are considered sympathizers, became targets of the criminal actions, working together with paramilitaries, the MIS, and many people in the M19 were disappeared and executed outside of combat. In relation to this, it's worth noting that the attacks carried out by the state security forces was not just against M19 activists. This was also suffered by the population where this group had a presence. Due to the lack of time, I'm just going to mention a few examples. In Caquetá, there was repression against the peasants. In Jumbo, for example, it was a specific attacks against the youth who were accused and repressed as if they were M19 members. In Cesar, the MAC group was considered to be a creation of the M19, and they were exterminated by paramilitary groups after being elected in the 1982 elections. We see different groups, youth groups and grassroots activists in the south of Bogotá, in Cali, and many other populations in Colombia and beyond its borders suffered the attacks. Into the text that we provided the People's Permanent Tribunal, there is a full list of all the people who suffered this violence. President Barco began negotiations with the M19, and the leadership joined this process. During the negotiations, several of the militants of the group were disappeared. In 1990, the Vigilio Barco signed a peace agreement with an M19, which demobilized its military structures in the context of the agreement and established the M19 political party. However, the violence did not end. They continued to suffer actions of violence, forced disappearance, which we will share in detail with the tribunal. Finally, we believe that in the defense of life and truth, of human rights, and also of reconciliation, the struggle and commitment continues. And so as a very simple and heartfelt contribution from the M19, in the last 30 years of defending the decisions that we have made, it's worth remembering that the MA contributed to the negotiation of the armed conflict in 1989 as part of its contributions to life and peace in Colombia. This was the decision to lay down their weapons, a decision that we continue to defend today. Because we be converted into a legal political movement, we called to have full participation in politics. However, we continue to face intimidation and violence, which is reflected in the assassination of Carlos Pizarro. However, regardless of these attacks, we decided to continue supporting the legal political efforts and participating in the construction of the 1991 Constitution. And so that's why we continue, the ex-combatants and friends of the M19, we continue saying we will do even the impossible to have peace. The M19 movement, March 6, 2021.
Muchísimas gracias, Fabio, por su intervención. Le damos la palabra a Cristian Delgado, quien va a presentar el caso de la marcha patriótica.
Thank you, Fabio, for your intervention. We now give the floor to Cristian Delgado, who will present the case of Marcha Patriótica.
Buenos días para todos.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Greetings to the honorable judges and prosecutors of the Permanent People's Tribunal. This intervention will talk about the main elements with respect to the process of genocide that we have been victims, the members of the Marcha Patriótica. Marcha Patriótica has origins in May 2010, when within the framework of the celebration of the bicentennial of independence in the city of Bogotá, we launched it with the presence of over 150,000 people, both from the urban and rural settings of deep Colombia. Delegates from more than 2,000 national regional organizations. Back then, different sectors set the program basis for building a proposal that would watch over Colombian people in searching for true independence. In April 2012, we incorporated as a social and political movement. Thousands of people in the capital with the conviction of promoting the organization and social mobilization for a political solution to the armed conflict. Marcha Patriótica in the political scenario entailed an increase of social mobilization in Colombia, making a country that was invisible to the then governments and positioning the need to move forward towards a political exit of the conflict that will solve its structural problems and guarantee passage to democracy and a sovereign country. We are looking for a negotiated end of the conflict, the search for national sovereignty, the agricultural discussion, and the need for a comprehensive reform, the solution to the problem of illicit drugs, guarantees for political participation, and the integral guarantee enjoyment of rights. The process of dialogue between the FARC and the government, we compromised our political capacities for building a stable and everlasting peace. But together with our aim, from the foundation of the Marcha Patriótica itself, there was a process of stigmatization headed by different officials, members of the military, and sympathizers of the establishment, who accused us of being infiltrated by the FARC-EP guerrilla members and being a tool of them. They used the mass media and social networks to disseminate all these messages and create an adverse situation for our members. This persecution for political and ideological reasons through stigmatizing discourse is part of criminal scheme that sought to make people see outlaws in order to justify any types of crimes and attacks against us. The accusations against the members of the Marcha Patriótica have repeated mentions of the supposed or alleged and work that we do with the guerrilla groups. They stigmatize our actions for peace building and social mobilization that seek to help the excluded sectors and the population of victims, which has caused the organization and its leaders to be declared as military targets by paramilitary groups that, far from having been demobilized, have strengthened their actions throughout the Colombian territory. The threats all around the Colombian territory have been aimed not only at people but also at groups that include individuals and of special that must be specially protected. And this seeks to try to make leaders, agricultural and farming leaders, to desist from their intentions of running for office. Also, since last year until February this year, 260 members of Marcha Patriótica have been murdered, 75 of them since the moment that President Duque took office. We also want to point out that since the Inter-American Commission on Human Rights granted injunction or precautionary measures, 88 of our members have been killed without the Colombians having taken any measures to provide security and protection. In 40 of these cases of homicide, the crime is attributable to members of the army and the national police. In 52 of them, to paramilitary groups, and the remaining ones, hitmen from unknown origin. Facing these homicides, who's written to the public law enforcement, they were committed as out-of-court executions in the modality of false positives, where the victims were presented as of outlaw groups, and in other cases within the framework of social mobilization processes using illegal means of war. Another things included that these killings were preceded by forced disappearance and torture, threats, and that in order to commit them, short and long-range firearms were used. In some cases, blunt weapons were also used. We also said that in most cases, homicides took place in the home or in the personal or private environment of the victims. This should allow us to assume an intent, a malicious intent, and a premeditation and a detailed analysis of the routines of the victims by the victimizers. Now, the generality of the typologies of these events that we have been subjected to encompasses the occurrence of attempts, forced disappearance, torture, individual and collective threats, and forced disappearances that seek to deny our human rights, our participation in the national political life through an organization promoted by different sectors of society. We think that the genocidal process for the Marcha Patriótica is the result of a plan that seeks to eliminate new ways of thinking and treating its members as internal enemies, disseminating a speech of hatred and seeking to justify and socially normalize the aggression against the group. Today, as we did yesterday, we continue to insist in the need for truth, justice, reparation, and guarantees of non-repetition. Thank you very much. Thank you, Christian, for your intervention. We now hand the floor to finish the second block of interventions to Senator Victoria Sandino in representation of the signatories of the peace accords. Thank you. The FARC-EP guerrilla came from the peasants and popular struggles in the middle of the 20th century in response to the military aggression of the state, following acute social and armed conflict that is rooted in the landholding problems, political exclusion, and the violence of the state against the Colombian people. This anti-democratic nature is seen in a country that is deeply unequal politically, socially, and economically. The revolutionary project of the FARC-EP arose in the south of the country, but after 40 years many years of armed struggle, spread through the national territory. The FARC-EP always struggled for agricultural reform and dignified life for the country, democratic openness, the cease of the anti-communist fight and the fight against people, the unification of a country that will be at peace with social justice. The FARC-EP always saw an end, a dialogue of conflict, and as we have seen throughout the stages of the life of this group. And in these attempts, following these intentions, the Unión Patriótica organization came up, and we have had the opportunity of listening to them in this tribunal. In 2012, the Havana dialogue tables were established, and we started a road for the construction of a stable and lasting peace. That was November 2016. Since then, almost 14,000 men and women started with the process of surrendering arms and reincorporating into civilian life to continue our political struggle for the transformations that Colombia needs. However, in the implementation stage, violence has worsened, as well as violations of human rights of leaders, social leaders, and of the population in the process of reincorporation. Every week, we see from 1 to 2 killings of former combatants without the state efficiently reacting to protect the lives and the integrities of those people who took such an important step. We have 263 people in the corporation who have been killed. The last case took place this week. The department of Putumayo, south of the country. The major violence suffered by the guerrilla members and former guerrilla members has several angles to it. In the violations that refer to the materiality, there are several patterns that represent killings, threats, displacement, attempted killing, and forced disappearance. At the end of this arc, we see the inability of institutions to prosecute, identify, and dismantle the structures that are responsible for these killings. The state and its agents are either active or present by omission in all of the stages. Therefore, we're warning about this ongoing genocide in the country. In fact, about the direct responsible in the case of Omar Torres, a former guerrilla member killed by the army in Norte Santander. Despite the fact that the peace accord created a plan for deactivating the structures of paramilitarism, a plan for protection, a plan for reconciliation, and for non-stigmatization, we have not seen any progress in that respect. Despite some efforts, the country still carries this discourse of the internal enemy, a notion that continues to be widespread and that leads to the persecution and extermination of any expression of social nonconformity. We find that stigmatization and accusation that justifying the violations of the signatories of the peace agreements from the government and related sectors. There is no true intention of taking a leap towards a discourse and material construction to really make progress towards comprehensive peace. The declaration of government members and the party in government also prove this. They try to say that the FARC members are not meeting what they had committed to, thus destabilizing the process and the will for peace. The official discourse has also denied the genocide against peace signatories, disregarding the systemic nature of the events and the motives and the MOs, and setting aside the possible persons responsible. Female ex-combatants suffer through this, especially stigmatization, macardization, have given rise to processes of reclandestinization and therefore invisibilization and political violence. The accusations held against us women are closely linked to gender-based violence. About former female guerrilla members, there's been a narrative that they've tried to install that we were all the sex slaves of guerrilla commanders, and this has given rise to a nullification of our own voices, our own political agency within the insurgent groups. We thank you to the Permanent People's Tribunal to place your eyes on this country, and we kindly request you to demand the Colombian state and its agents to assume their responsibility in the events of the conflict and the ongoing genocide before the Special Jurisdiction for Peace, JEP, to demand the Colombian state to advance actions, decided actions to stop the genocide against signatories of peace, embracing the minimum proposals gathered in 2020 by former combatants that marched from different territories, yearning for an end to violence, because we are firm in our commitment to peace. We want to request the Colombian state to comprehensively and effectively implement the Havana agreements and never stop its endeavors to reach a dialogue conflict to the end to the conflict and reach a final last and comprehensive peace for our. Thank you very much. Thank you, Senator Sandino, for your intervention. And now we hand the floor to Gianni, Secretary of the Tribunal. Thank you. After this long presentation on the two political movements, we will now move on to questions, answers, and remarks from the jury. They're directly with respect to the interventions and also to the prosecution. So we have 15 minutes for questions, and then we move on to the break. Thank you to members of the jury for your question.
¿Han escuchado? Sí.
Were you able to hear?
¿Todo está claro?
Is everything clear?
Bueno, parece que sí.
Oh, okay. So sounds like everything is clear with the presentation of the oral presentations, and the judges also have the more detailed written documentation. And so I think there's clarity on this very impacting but important information. So I think we will move on to the break. We're going to try to kind of catch up with the schedule. So we're going to continue with a break. Please return to the auditorium in 15 minutes. And we also invite you to share the link so that people can follow virtually with the tribunal. You can do this through Facebook and our other social media channels. We'll be back in 15 minutes.
Podríamos ir entrando, por favor, estamos un poco corridos de tiempo. Muchas gracias.
We invite everyone back. We're a little short on time, so please come back as quickly as possible.
Buenos días para todas y para todos. Les
Good
agradecemos.
morning, everyone. Please take your seats immediately to continue with our session this morning. Thank you. The prosecutor will continue with Block 3 social leaders.
Presentado por Omar Fernández.
Le damos la palabra a María Paula.
Maria Paula, you have the microphone, who will present the report in the name of the Committee in Solidarity with Political Prisoners. Good day, everyone, and all the judges of the People's Permanent Tribunal, and everyone who is here in this very important space and virtually. The exercising leadership and the defense of human rights is maybe the highest risk activity against life and well-being of the individuals, communities, and social organizations. The exercising of rights for the social transformation leads to constant threats against individuals and civil actors who claim transformations to, whether it's to education, land, or social organization. The vindication of the rights of a change in the given social, economic, or political system is continually attacked in their effort to change the status quo, looking to break apart the social fabric and to limit their democratic actions. The situation, the Committee in Solidarity with Political Prisoners has carried out a compilation of actions where we see that more than 1,115 individuals have been impacted. And in the past has documented that in 2020, 230 individuals were assassinated. It's one of the highest numbers for 1 year period. Since the signing of the peace agreement has signified an increase in the violence against human rights defenders. So between 2012 or 2016 and 2020, 1,000 have been murdered. So the different aggressions and the lack of a state response means that in Colombia, we must conclude that the actions carried out against social leadership, whether they are not sporadic, this is a specific plan. The government is a systematic plan that looks to attack the defense of human rights. So even though it could be shown that after the signing of the peace agreement, it's important to recognize that the increase is related to specific moments in the Colombian context, and that the defense of human rights has been a historic constant throughout the waves of violence. However, the different agreements within the peace agreement that looks to transform the causes of the violence and the reconfiguration of the armed conflict led to different vacuums that were to fill with other armed structures. And this has meant a proliferation of different groups that arise out of the paramilitary structure. One of the causes to explain the increase in violence after the peace agreement. So we see that the expansion, we see that there are different new actors who see that their opposition is threatened. Different organizations have records that most of the homicides, there was no identification of the alleged author, and this is concerning in relation to justice and truth. However, in the cases where the alleged author is known, the highest percentage of cases is found in the paramilitaries, followed by the state security forces, and then the dissident groups. The majority of the cases are carried out by hitmen within the sector of unidentified authors, which could be an expression of the armed criminal structures, specifically the paramilitaries. And so the alleged demobilization of the paramilitary groups in 2005, even regardless of this, they continue to be the main perpetrators of violence. We also see that this violence has been registered by multiple organizations, and the target of the violence is community leadership. This kind of defense of the human rights is carried out by people who are members of social organizations on the grassroots or community level who carry out different actions in favor of the community. And so these leaders fight for the well-being of their communities, of their neighborhoods or rural communities where there's few state actors. After that, it's the indigenous and African communities are the most attacked, who work to defend the collective territorial ancestral rights, as well as the defense of the peasantry's rights. And so regardless of the general nature of the attacks,
de las mujeres para la relación de es fundamental visibilizar las múltiples circunstancias y los diferenciales. Así, el liderazgo social de las mujeres, por ejemplo, mayor que la organización de asociaciones. La comisión de agresiones particulares como la violencia sexual y la tortura.
When sexual violence and torture, we see that the indigenous Afro communities face structural discrimination and abandonment from the state, as well as an attack against their social and cultural structures. We see that the departments that have been most affected between 2016 and 2020 have been the departments of Cauca, followed by Antioquia, Nariño, Valle de Cauca, Arauca, Norte de Santander, and Putumayo. Individuals who have been most affected
precisamente en estos departamentos con mayor número de agresiones se presenta el accionar de más de un grupo armado. A su vez, en algunos municipios de ellos se desarrolla el Programa Nacional Integral de Sustitución de Cultivos de Uso Ilícito y el Programa de Desarrollo con Enfoque
the
Territorial.
development program with a territorial perspective. Interpret the sound quality is too irregular.
Medidas de seguridad son de riesgo. Es necesario notar asimismo que, pese a la magnitud anotada respecto a los homicidios, estos son una sola forma de agresión al movimiento social y de derechos humanos. La violencia contra las personas defensoras de
Violence against human rights defenders has multiple infractions on human rights, international humanitarian law, which is the violation of liberty, personal security, and personal integrity. So between 2017 and 2020, there were thousands of threats, 25 cases of forced disappearance, and 180 assassination attempts. We also saw the use of the criminal system against human rights defenders, and which does not include stigmatization and other kinds of accusations. There's a call to implement, protect the well-being of the human rights defenders, but also dismantle illegal structures. However, the government to limit the peace agreement with a defense strategy that is effective. Civil society organizations has also promoted dialogue spaces, such as editorial working groups, to create specific responses to guarantee the defense of human rights. However, these have been ignored by the state and the national government. So along these lines, there has not been a guarantees public policy for the defense and to stop the attacks. In effect, the national government has created the Timely Action Plan, PAO, which has been broadly criticized by the human rights movement and social movement due to its generalized focus, which does not address the structural challenges and which was constructed without participation nor consultation with the organizations and movements. At the same time, it does not recognize the agreement where it says that the militarization is not an effective way to prevent crimes, and that the presence of these armed actors imply risk for the communities. In the end, the Colombian state is responsible due to omission and action, the different objections that social leaders have faced. First, by not applying and not recognizing the mechanisms of the peace agreement, their risks, as well as not recognize the different dialogue spaces with civil society. And secondly, just carrying out direct implementation of human rights violations, militarization of territories that infect the well-being and life of individuals in the territories and attacks the lives and well-being of social leaders. It should be concluded the aggressions against human rights defenders is a systematic exercise and it's generalized. This is a strategy to control and eliminate leadership and to be the fact that they confront a social, economic, and political model. They show the systematic actions of the extermination. So respectfully, we request that the tribunal denounces moral and ethically on a national level these systematic actions against social leaders. We also ask that the Colombian state implement in a comprehensive manner the peace agreement, that it ends the militarization and the generation, that it generates conditions for the effective defense of human rights, so that defending human rights doesn't cost us nor our lives or our freedom. Thank you so much. Thank you, Maria Paula Feliciano, for her words. Hector Hernandez, can you please come to address the issue of the religious persecution? Remind everyone who speaks that they should speak more slowly so that there can be interpretation of their interventions. Good morning. The text that I will be reading is a summary of two different reports that the Economical Working Group for Peace was wrote for the Truth Commission, and also for the Special Jurisdiction for Peace. These are both entities that arose from the negotiation process.
Perdón, no tenemos sonido.
Temática muy profusa en el continente latinoamericano, denominada Teología de la Liberación, que no solo hizo una
Liberation theology was not only an option for the poor, but it sought to liberate from social and economic and political oppression the oppressed peoples. The reality, the inhumanizing and structural violence that generated poverty and death affected those who believe in the God of life. And so this led to the arising of a socio-ecclesiastical movement, which is the Church of the Poor. It wasn't just due to economic, political, and military power, but also because within the church's hierarchical structure. Many of the pastors, in addition to their explicit religious efforts, have accompanied direct actions for communities from their different social organizations in the struggle for land rights. In the case of the peasantry, there were different organizations such as ANUC or the Agricultural Trade Union, and NEVA was characterized by the historical ancestral fight, as well as in the region of Quito. During the 80s and 90s, the state security policy from the United States in relation to the countries of Latin America, which are established in the Santa Fe documents, states the need to counter and eliminate everything that in the Latin American countries could destabilize the capitalist interests and the North American control of economic policy throughout the continent. To the Santa Fe I document, there's a clear accusation against the liberation theology movement, as well as the ecclesiastical movements are inspired by the liberation of the theology. This decree that was issued by the United States seeks to counter the liberation theology as was used in Latin America. This was established in Santa Fe I. In Santa Fe II, they refer to the Latin American religious groups as subversive in the context of low-intensity conflicts. So that this is efforts to destabilize democratic regimes. This is what Santa Fe II says. So systematically, there was a submission of the members of the People's Church in our country to a cruel and tragic extermination process, physical extermination mostly through murder, forced disappearance, displacement, land grabbing, torture, and criminalization, accusing them of being subversives. The forced extermination of the group in the face of indifference from the state and society. There was a sacrifice where religious members, bishops, and many others Christians who are committed to a dignified life and a more just world here and now. All the prior shows that there was an aim to focus all the repressive force of the Colombian state to destroy the movement of the people, Poor People's Church under the doctrine of the internal enemy disseminated throughout Latin America by the United States Department of State. This is an objective that was achieved with serious damage and where a large part of the constructed social fabric was destroyed from a liberation. We have a list which was presented to the Truth Commission of 48 specific cases. So this list reflects how many crimes and human rights violations which were carried out during the story of the EP. This history was documented before the Truth Commission and some of them before the Special Jurisdiction for Peace. The reports clearly show some patterns, such as the stigmatization and victimization of the People's Church, with a clear aim to create amid the communities where these people were working a destructuring of the organizational processes, where people were raising awareness and carrying out a social process and social struggle. In relation to the case presented to the HEP in 2020, we see that there are two common elements in relation to the extermination of the people, members of the People's Church. First, that the criminal motive is due to their leadership, to their Christian leadership and their support for people who have historically been marginalized. And the second is a hypothesis of a state responsibility through action or a mission, and as well as being carried out by paramilitary groups. After studying the cases that were presented in relation to the extermination of the People's Church in Colombia, we see the different actions carried out by state security agents that were made up mainly by the Army's intelligence unit and the police's DIJÍN or SIJÍN units, and the DAS, Department of Administrative Security, as well as their paramilitary groups in different regions of the country, as well as large landowners. There's no doubt that the way that some of the business associations have had a role, and it has been documented their specific actions. All of these crimes are under almost full impunity, both the material perpetrators as well as the masterminds. There are very few advances in the criminal investigations and legal cases. And so that's why in the two reports that we have written, there is a documented analysis of all the different crimes, which is why we can state that this tribunal should state that there has been genocide that was carried out against the People's Church, that was carried out between 1971 and 2013. The harm that was carried out against the People's Church has a direct relationship with its community structure, its social structure, and its parochial and religious communities in both an urban, peasant, indigenous, and Afro populations. Their good name was impacted as they were accused of being part of the guerrillas or supporting the same, and they were persecuted by state security forces in alliance with paramilitary structures, causing irreparable harm for more than 5 decades. Since the 1970s until the first decade of the 21st century. For the People's Church, it is very important to have access to measures such as truth does not affect the integrity of the victims, guarantees an official declaration, and asking for forgiveness publicly in relation to the harm carried out by members of the church, as well as symbolic actions that look to dignify the victims through different commemorations and paying homage to the victims. And a final aspect would be, it would be very important within the satisfaction of rights to erase the silence that has been forced upon the People's Church. There needs to be awareness raising that would grow towards the future. March 26th, 2021. Thank you for your time.
We now continue with block number 4, Rica, a report presented on the territorial control policy horror in the Llanos Orientales, Putumayo, and the Farmers Reservation area of the Amazon watershed. I'll hand the floor to Flor Munera, who is connected via Zoom. Please remember to turn on your microphone and your video, please.
Ya te estamos viendo, Flor. Por favor, activa tu sonido.
We can see you. Please turn on your microphone. We can hear you now. Good morning to all. Good morning to the People's Tribe and to all the participants. Good morning. We entitled this Villarrica case, a forgotten war. Under the Conservative Party, the situation for the peasants of Sumapaz and Western Tolima was tough. Back then, the major landholders were taking ownership of extensive territories or large extensions of land and enslave the farmers who had no land, money, or were going through famine or hard situation with their family. Under Erasmo Valencia and Juan de la Cruz Varela, one of the greatest agricultural movements in the country was created. This allowed for decrees like 1110 from 1928 for the establishment of peasant colonies in the Colombian territory, which allowed for the emancipation of farmers, slave farmers from landholders, with the killing of Gaitán in 1948 and the development of what was called La Violencia, the time of the violence. The guarantee of civil and political rights for the rural population was none. Organized violence promoted by the state against a part of the peasantry that was demanding rural property and the possibility of developing their farming life project, endangered constantly the lives and the integrity of a big part of the rural setting. When Laureano Gomez took office in 1950, he started with the persecution, kidnapping, torture, and then murder of peasants and leaders that would identify themselves as followers of the Liberal Party. As Jaime Jara mentions in his book, Cuadernos de la Violencia, Memories of Childhood, Laureano Gomez was ordering to finish all the liberals, also called cachiporros. Then the agricultural colonies sought to strengthen the collective farming life project in territories that were said to be barren. However, from the national government and the departmental governments of Tolima and Cundinamarca, they imposed specific regulations to guarantee the eviction of the peasants, their stigmatization and persecution. They strengthened the presence of law enforcement, and they disregarded all the rights claimed by the participants. This struggle between illegal landowners with the state against the social, political, organized process of the peasantry that occupied lands in order to guarantee their own existence and livelihoods started to create a scenario of confrontation that escalated into the later genocide, political genocide of any organizational policy. Therefore, this crusade against the peasantry was devastating, because they were not only forced to leave their land, but they were also subject to be raped. Women were raped, no, regardless of their age, and they were murdered in very specific manners. Sometimes they dismembered these people, even when alive, in front of their relatives or other people around the area. In the meantime, men, women, girls, and boys were feared for their lives, and they were often in the cruel situation of having to be displaced from one territory to the other so that they could settle in some places and have some peace or solidarity, something which in this time from 1951 1952 was practically impossible, particularly for liberals. June 13, 1953, General Gustavo Rojas Pinilla takes the control of the presidency until under the fear of coup d'etat from Laureano Gomez. He was based on peace, justice, and liberty. The pacification process entailed an agreement between the political sectors and traditional powers that led to 3 amnesty decrees. Nonconformity would wait no longer. In mid 1954, there were upheavals in Tolima, and the actors were manifesting their frustration because of the unkept promises by Rojas Pinillas, which were based on building more than 25 towns, 12,000 housing units, and return the land that had been acquired in low prices to their legitimate owners. In the meantime, in the Congress, the son of Laureano Gomez, Álvaro Gómez Hurtado, started talking about the existence of independent republics in Villarrica, which entailed a public military action against the peasant families that inhabited this colony, but also an illegal parastatal unit coordinated with privates for the exercise of violence. Likewise, President Rojas Pinilla appoints as his head of military operations in the region of Sumapaz, Cabrera, Cunday, Villarrica, and Melgar, and created Operation Cleansing, and thus starts one of the bloodiest operations and forgotten by Colombia. The farmers of Sumapaz and Western Tolima had to flee every day, and others had to resist. But this time, there was advanced warfare material used by the National Army. They brought in 12 bombers and Gatling guns, and the army had 12,000 soldiers reduced in one single sector, all of them shooting. It looked like the judge day. We were evacuating